Hello. It is Wednesday today. I've been doing Thursdays for these sprints for a few weeks, but I don't actually have like a regular schedule. I just schedule these somewhat as we go. Every week I sit down and I think, when can we actually make this happen? And that's mainly because my weeks can be quite busy. And tomorrow I'm going to see Wuthering Heights, which I'm very excited about. So it ended up being on a Wednesday. And if you're new here, hi, my name is Josephine, and I run this book club called Biopicked. And on this channel, we meet every month and we read something together. This month, the book pick is The Mad Wife by Megan Church. I have not actually started reading it. This is my time to do so because it was announced last week and we haven't really had, I think it was announced last week on Thursday or Friday, and we haven't had a chance to read together since then, because usually I do read these books during the sprints. If you want to join, if you're curious about this, you can also find a video on the channel where I'm talking a little bit more about it. But if you are curious, feel free to join in. You can find a link to our discussion threads on Fable because that's where we mostly hang out. But then I will also publish on the 12th of March, which is the final date for it. I will publish a video essay talking about what I felt about the book. So yeah, that's how you join in. You can also just join in by pinging me. I would love to buddy read this together. And if anyone wants to join me, please do so. And then typically I also go over what I'm currently reading. Since the last time we hung out, I did actually read a book. I struggled to pick another audiobook because I was debating whether or not I should continue and read the final book in the Throne of Glass series, which is not really for me. But I've now made it so far. I do need to finish and read the final book. But then I decided to take a little break. So the next audiobook that I picked, I actually finished it about an hour ago, like on the train home from work to getting here. I finished it, and it was Atmosphere by Taylor Jenkins Reid. I really, really liked it. It was such a good book. I was trying so hard not to cry in front of all the strangers in the train. And so had I been at home, I would have let it out. I really would have. But instead, I was just being a weirdo on the train. It's a book about astronauts during the 80s. I've kind of been in this historical fiction kind of vibe because, as you can see, I'm also reading Kristen Hanna's The Nightingale, and I have actually made it a little bit further in and I'm really enjoying it so far. I am 15% into the book. So for a while there I was reading The Nightingale, and then we have The Mad Wife, which is also a historical fiction, and then also this Atmosphere. And I guess it's like reading about women in past ages. I've just been feeling it lately. However, then I decided after I finished Atmosphere that I need a new audiobook. And one of the lovely viewers of these sprints was kind enough to gift me some, what do you call it? BookBeat, audio listening hours. And so I found Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hobb on there and decided, yeah, maybe. And I don't know why I keep picking fantasy books for my audiobooks, because I do think that I struggle a bit with fantasy in general as a genre. And it's because, like, listening to it, you kind of do need to have the written text. Like, I don't understand what words they're saying half of the time because a lot of it is made up, right? But I've made it about 3% into that book because I listened for a solid 15 minutes as I dropped off a package and walked to my home. So that's what we're currently working on. And then, of course, for my learning curriculum, I am doing a personal course that I have just designed myself on fitness. And I did do some studying this week. I have been reading Fitness the Complete Guide, sort of skimming through it, to be honest, because it is a really thick book. I think it's like, I don't know, 700, 800 pages. And a lot of it is just kind of showcasing all your anatomy at this point. I haven't gotten far. I'm like 11% in. I'm almost made it to 100 pages in, which I think then I can pat my back because the text is super tiny and it's just going through different types of what's the difference between a tendon and a ligament. And I have learned all these words in Swedish because that's where I'm from. So I have been struggling a little bit, but I think just going over it, I can always return back to this book. It's not something that I necessarily have to like punch into my brain. Yeah, and the reason why I'm doing that as my personal curriculum is because I would love to become a fitness instructor one day. And so I'm just taking time to educate myself on different things. But yeah, for these sprints, our reading sprints, you don't actually have to read. It can also be productivity sprints. It could be studying sprints. It could be whatever you honestly decide on. And I think that's what's super nice. And for this, I think we're gonna do 1 hour sprints. That's what I've set up here. I don't know if I'll make it with 4. Sometimes I just do 3 and then do a shorter sprint at the end. We'll see, because last time I think I was a bit tired and I ended early. But we'll see how far we get here, and we're gonna essentially do our thing for an hour at a time, and then we'll come back here and we'll yap a little bit, which I have a lot to talk about. I think I could yap, but hopefully we will have some things to yap about when we come back. And I have almost talked now for 10 minutes. I will make sure to set a timer. Well, maybe we can get started with the first sprint already. I actually bought some food from McDonald's because it's my McDonald's day. I allow myself one of those, if not weekly, bi-weekly. And so it's my McDonald's day today. I am gonna finish eating that food in the next sprint, and then I'm also gonna get started. I'm gonna wash off my hands, my dirty hands, my dirty McDonald's hands, and then I'm gonna start reading some of the book. And then I guess we'll meet back here in an hour. So let me just get started with the reading timer. Like that, and I'll see you in an hour. Hello, hello. That was our first sprint, and I'm actually surprised because I imagined I would feel super tired, but I'm actually really enjoying myself. I started off by eating some dinner, and then I journaled for a little bit, and then I got started on the Mad Wife. So I'm about 32 pages I made it through in that sprint out of what? 309. So looking good so far. There's just been, so the book, for those of you who do not know, is set during the 1950s, and this housewife, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen to her yet, but it's clear it's kind of like a story of postpartum depression, but something more sinister is going to go on. I don't know exactly what that's going to be, but so far, like, it says on the back that she's well known for her gelatin salads. I think that sounds pretty gross to begin with. And now as I'm reading it, there was like this one description of the food that she's serving at her New Year's Eve party that made me feel so grossed out. I cannot imagine that this is what Americans ate back in the 50s, but maybe they did. In that case, I shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else is here, but if you are, let me know what you got up to in this sprint. Otherwise, we'll just yap. I see that there are some messages. Luna, hi. From work. I guess that you're quite busy then. How is work today? I am excited to learn. And hi, Family and Books. New subscriber here. Okay, cool. Thank you for subscribing. I'm currently sprinting myself, so I can't hang out, but wanted to drop in and boop the like button. Thank you so much for doing that, and I will definitely head over and check out your channel. I always love to find other people sprinting. It's literally the only way I get things done nowadays. I was just reflecting upon it in my journal today that there are so many things to do. I feel like this year I've been more productive than probably all of last year. It's just, that's not true, but that's the feeling that I have. And it's only the 18th of February, but I think last year was a whole lot of just couch rotting for me. And this year I really utilized sprints to get stuff done. And then I'm surprised at how, no matter how much you get done, things just accumulate anyway. Because once you get one thing done, you have to continue with it. So, yeah, I guess that's life. Yeah. And tomorrow I am going to go and see Wuthering Heights. I was just looking, I did this also during the sprint. I was just looking at the reviews and they were not good on Letterboxd. If anyone here has Letterboxd, do let me know in the chat because I would love to follow you. So far it has a 2.9. And I know, I read the book in preparation for this because I understand people are upset. And I wanted to understand why. And I think it's definitely probably one of those films that are divisive. I feel like Emerald Fennell, her films in general have always been that way, that people either love them or hate them. And I've always been in the love them camp. But then again, I don't know about this. Like, I imagine that if you really, really loved the source material, this is probably not going to be it, right? But I don't know. I'm going to see it tomorrow. I used to pay for this thing called Cineville, which is kind of like a cinema subscription, but I have not been able to go very often. Like, to be honest, I often have had to, I've been paying for it, but I didn't end up going. So now I've canceled it, and then I'm actually thinking of just spending that on books. So I have the same budget I'm now going to use to purchasing like a book every month and make myself a little book subscription. So that's actually what I'm doing. And I already ordered my book for this month. I'm so excited about reading it, but I actually think it's going to be the book club pick for next month. So I'm not going to show you what I bought because I am going to announce it later on. But yeah. Anyway, what I was getting to was that the book or the cinema subscription, I have it until the 22nd of February. So I figured I might as well go watch something before just to utilize it. Still too expensive considering I've not been going. It was great during the summer because I had about 5 weeks off during the summer. I am very privileged to work in a workplace where I do get a lot of vacation time, and I tend to not use it because I don't really take much Christmas holidays, or historically I have not. And so when you do have like 30 days of vacation, I just try to, I think I was on sick leave for 1 week. So maybe it was just I took 4 weeks, but then I was on sick leave. So then I was like, what should I get up to? And I went to the movies every single day because they were showing all these cool different classics and stuff. They're not doing that as much now. And I found myself not wanting to watch some of these like more artsier things anyway. Since then, they have added more cinemas to the subscription, but honestly, I wasn't using it enough. There are so many things you could be paying for, right? And then you just have to have time for it. And I think in my life, the thing that I should be dedicating all my money towards, like I could probably take that money that I paid for this and get myself another gym membership, which I actually would use. Yeah, I do buy these credits to go to spin. So that's like my main form of exercise. But this year I also would love to build some muscle. I don't necessarily enjoy strength training that much. I do. I have had periods where I was like, okay, I'm going to go into the gym, and I would lift weights and all that stuff. And I would get so intense about it. But I'm not quite there. I'm not quite there at the moment. So right now I'm doing this thing where I'm trying out all the free, because you can always get like a free period. A friend can usually invite you as a new member to get like a free month. So I'm doing that with my friend's gym at the moment. And then I have received another for a colleague's gym. And I know that there's, maybe it's like ClassPass. That probably exists in many places, but I saw that they have a free month. So I think maybe this is my last week, or maybe next week is my last week. I might sign up for ClassPass and just try some cool things, some cool gyms that I've never been to before. It's just kind of nerve-wracking going to a new gym. It takes a while to like get into it, understand what you're doing and all that stuff. So trying out something new is sometimes not the nicest, but I am trying. I've really been enjoying like going to different workout classes and such. And if that's what I'm going to do, I don't really have time to go to that many movie theater things in the middle of the week. Plus, like a lot of the movies start either early, like at 5:30, or they will start at 8. And I don't think I can justify going to the movie theater at 8 or 9 when I'm working the day after. No, I'm just blabbering. But either way, I'm very excited to see Wuthering Heights tomorrow. I'm very curious to see what she's going to do with it, or what she has done with it. I also want to see all the other films that are currently out. I feel like there's so much to see. I saw that they had Marty Supreme, which I've heard good things about. They also have Pillion, maybe that's how you pronounce it, but it's the one with Alexander Skarsgård. I definitely would want to watch that. Let's see if there's anything else that's currently running. Sentimental Value, I really want to see with his dad, Stellan Skarsgård. Yeah, and then I think there's that one. Which one is that? There is a movie that reminds me of this actually. So there's one with, maybe it's called Die My Love. Grace, a writer and a young mother, is slowly slipping into madness. Locked away in an old house in and around Montana, we see her acting increasingly agitated and erratic, leaving her companion Jackson increasingly worried and helpless. I think this, I watched the trailer for this movie and it reminds me so much of this. So I actually would love to read this and then watch this movie and sort of see if they're kind of similar vibes, because I got the feeling from the trailer of Die My Love that it also felt very like an artistic way of talking about postpartum depression, and I'm sensing the same theme. I obviously have only read 30, 40 pages of this, but I'm sensing the kind of same theme, to be honest. But I would love to go watch that one as well. There's too much to see, to be honest. I also know that there's so much to watch. I would love to go see Hamnet. It hasn't premiered here yet. It premieres in Sweden, I think on the 27th of February. I'm definitely going to go watch it because Hamnet was probably my favorite read of last year. Like if I had to choose a book that I enjoyed so much. And I think it's not just because I was reading it, like I enjoyed the read. It was very nice prose and it was a story that like really gripped me, but it was also because I went to London by myself. I did a solo trip and I read it throughout that solo trip and it was just perfect. I fully expect to go into the movie theater there and sob my eyes out. But yeah, that's my intention, and probably I'll try to fit that into next week if possible. When is the 27th? It's not until Friday. Let me just go check. Hamnet. I have to check Filmstaden. So I live in Sweden and things are not available here. So maybe I'll have to go and watch it in the weekend, to be honest. My next weekend is supposed to be a get your shit together weekend, but I could probably just book it for one of the evenings and get my shit together before then. Or if I can find like a middle of the day thing and work on stuff in the evenings. Anyway, I switched to this big window because I think it's time to, hop into another sprint. We have yapped for enough time. I'm just going to reset the reading timer. And for this next sprint, I fully intend to continue reading the book. I'm just going to double check so that there's no outstanding tasks. I might respond to some friends because I know that I have fallen behind on that as well. But I think I'm just going to... I also found a really nice playlist that is called... What is it called? It's called 50s Housewife Bangers. I'll share it in the chat. But it's the perfect accompaniment to this. Not all songs in there are 50 songs. I don't know. Sometimes there's a random something that is not quite right, but it doesn't matter. I will share it in the chat so that you can read along or listen along, be in the same vibe as me if you want to. Do let me know. I see that there are some people here, so do let me know what you're going to get up to in the sprint, and we'll meet back here in an hour. Hey, that was that sprint. How did it go for everyone? It went well for me. I essentially just read that entire time. I listened to my little 50s playlist and I've been reading The Mad Wife. In this sprint, I made it to page 70. So I am a little while into the book. So far, not much has really happened. And on the back, it kind of says that a new neighbor, Bitsy, is going to move into her neighborhood. That's essentially what has happened so far. Like this housewife, Lulu, she has had a baby and someone new has moved into her neighborhood. So that's what's happened in those 70 pages. I'm starting to get sleepy, which is what I was guessing was going to happen. So I think for the next sprint, I'll just make it 45 minutes and then we'll see if we can do 2 45-minute ones. And that's just because I am so sleepy nowadays. I also would love to get up early tomorrow and go to the gym because I need another workout in this week. And I struggle so bad to do it in the mornings because I have a bit of a chronic illness that is the worst in the morning. So we'll see. I'm not going to be too harsh on myself if I don't make it, but it would be nice. I see there's been some activity in the chat. First off, I shared the playlist that I was listening to just because it fit the vibe so much. So if you want to join me both in reading the book, but also in the vibe, you can just do that. I did find some nice 50s bangers. I also kind of got, I think it was that I heard Singing in the Rain. When did that come out? It came out in 52. And then I kind of got a little bit of a Technicolor craving, to be honest. It's been a while since I saw an old classic. I would really like to watch, what is that one called? Is it called Oklahoma from 55? I heard that that's like a nice musical, and I have yet to see that, so maybe I should add that to my list of things to watch. Hello, nice to meet you. I think this is our first time meeting. Let me know what you got up to in the sprint or what you're currently doing. Hi, Eternal Vibes. Nice to meet you. Maybe we have met. I don't quite remember. Bark at me if we have. But so nice to see you here. And same, what have you gotten up to during this sprint? And Sky, you're here as well. Nice to see you. Are you doing well? Because I'm doing well. Today was an okay day, to be honest. I got what I needed done, but sometimes as a recruiter, your days don't go so well because no one wants to accept your offers. And I had one of those days. So yeah, I'm a bit tired, but otherwise than that, I'm pretty good. Let's see what else you wrote. No, I kind of, can I get your comment up again? Let's see. There we go. I'm currently trying to finish Twisted Love by Laura Carter. I've got just under 100 pages to go. Twisted Love. Laura, I need to look that up. Carter. Billionaires of London. That sounds like a dark romance, which is kind of what I have come to associate you with a little bit. But I went on to Goodreads, and that is one attractive man on the cover. To be honest, you will simply devour this scorching, high-stakes, white-collar billionaire romance. Perfect for fans of Sadie Kincaid. Okay. How far would you go for the one you love? Very, very interesting. Are you liking it so far? If you just have 100 pages to go or under 100 pages to go, I feel like you got into the book a little bit. So how are you liking it? I joined late and read 9 pages. Very, very good to read 9 pages. I do see that you joined not too long ago. I'm not too bad. Just had a chill day today. That sounds nice. I am dying for to have one of those, to be honest, because I have had a little bit of a hectic schedule for, I think, since the year started, to be honest. I do try to plan in my schedule to have like just a me weekend, and it's happening next weekend. So the 28th and the 1st are just going to be for me. I do intend to go book shopping a little bit for my Vinted shop. I do sell some books on Vinted, and so I have this intention to go doing that. And then maybe I'd like to bake something. I want to make focaccia, I think, and potentially I want to go watch Hamnet. But otherwise, it's just going to be for me and my side projects. Currently, I'm working on a sleep podcast that's just never getting finished. So we'll see. I do read a fair bit of dark romance, but I also read a mixture of others. I just tend to always be on a darker one when I do your sprints. Yeah, maybe that's the case. But the more you talk about it, the more I will eventually one day gravitate towards one. Yeah. I was saying earlier that for the past few days, I've just been on a historical women in fiction kind of vibe, because I'm currently reading The Nightingale, and then also this month's book club pick is The Mad Wife. But then for the past few days, I've very intensely listened to Atmosphere by Taylor Jenkins Reid, and I really loved it. I finished it on my way home from work today, and I had to force myself not to start crying in the subway. I was like sitting in front of these ladies and this man who kept looking at me, and I was like, I had to do this thing where you go inside yourself. You're just like breathing loudly, not to start crying, because that ending, what do you mean? Actually, I think that the book was really, really good, and then it started dragging a little bit towards the second half or so. I listened to the audiobook, and what I really liked about it was that it was kind of written from two people's perspectives, and they had different voice actors for these two perspectives. But then a huge chunk of the book towards the end, I think for certain people they would appreciate that part the most, but for me, I really liked the other part. I liked the astronaut part the most, which, yeah. Hi, Josh. So nice to see you. It's been a while. How are you doing? And what are you up to? Are you reading something? I feel like last time we talked, you were reading The Housemates. That's a long time ago now. I'm very curious to hear what you're up to right now. I still need to read Atmosphere. Yeah. I have read one other book, I think, by Taylor Jenkins Reid, which I guess is the one that is like the most well-known one, the Evelyn Hugo one. And I really, really like that one. I have spent a lot of my life reading up on Elizabeth Taylor. Like really obsessing over Elizabeth Taylor. I watched so many of her movies, and I read at least 3 biographies about her. And I do see some parallels between that story and Elizabeth Taylor's life. She must have taken inspiration, I think. So I really like that story. But I think Atmosphere was pretty good. Kind of in the same vein. Hey Joshua, says Sky, and Sky says, or Josh says, hi Sky. I've not had the best day, but I do need to choose a new book to read. I DNF'd Evelyn Hugo, oops. I mean, I think her writing style is not for everyone, so don't feel oops about it. I think it really depends what kind of books you like. And I'm sorry to hear you didn't have the best day. I hope that it can become better. You still have a few hours to just make the day yours, if you want to. Otherwise, you can just sort of allow yourself to feel like this day was not that good. Because tomorrow is a new one, hopefully. Oh, sorry. I found it so boring, 100 pages in. I mean, if you have given something 100 pages, then maybe it's better to just DNF. I wish I was that person. I have read through literally, how many books? 7 books of the Throne of Glass series now. And I should have DNF'd it like 100 pages into the first one. But I am never a DNFer. However, now I have taken a break. Like you see, I've started listening to Assassin's Apprentice. I'm only like 15 minutes in because I started today. And hopefully I will enjoy. I think it's some sort of pirate fantasy, right? I have not made it that far. I've read pretty much all of her work that I've read, but I know I've also got a few on her backlist that I need to check out. Okay, so what books have you read with her? I know she made the Daisy Jones and the Six, is that what it's called? As well, which I think I would enjoy because it's kind of music related, right? I know that there's also is it a movie or a TV series? Let me just look that up. It's a drama mini-series on Amazon Prime. And I thought it looked interesting, but especially I remember that there was music coming out of it. And now I see that Suki Waterhouse, isn't she a singer or something? She's an actress, singer, and a model. Okay, I just know that she is dating Robert Pattinson. But that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, but then that one I've heard about. And then I know there's one that's called like maybe Malibu Rising. Yeah, that's also another one. And it looks so colorful. I have no idea what this is about. Maybe I should look it up. It tells the story of the Riva family. Okay. 4 famous siblings throw an epic party to celebrate the end of the summer. But over the course of 24 hours, their lives will change forever. Malibu, August 1983, is the day of Nina Riva's annual end of summer party. Okay, there's a lot of text here. It's a story about one unforgettable night in the life of a family, the night they each have to choose what they will keep from the people who made them and what they will leave behind. Looks very interesting. And it did win the reader's favorite for historical fiction in 2021 in the Goodreads Choice Awards. So I read 7 Husbands, Daisy Jones, Malibu Rising, Carrie Soto. I should just look for these because I didn't even know the last ones that you've written, One True Loves and Evidence of the Affair. I've never heard about. I do find Taylor Jenkins Reid, I'm just going to be a bit unhinged and say it, but she's so hot. She's such a beautiful woman. Every time I see her headshot, I'm like, whoa. I love her Goodreads headshot. Like that hair suits her so well. Oh, Carrie Soto is back. I've actually seen the cover of now that I'm looking at it. But yeah, I guess I still have some more Taylor Jenkins Reid's books to essentially explore. I'm excited for that. There's so much fun stuff to read, and everything always makes me cry. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just an unstable woman. Yeah. I guess we can jump into the next sprint fairly soon. It's 9 o'clock and I am starting to get sleepy. For the next sprint, I think I'm going to turn it into 45 minutes so we have time for 2 more sprints before it's time for me to go to bed. So I'm just going to adjust the reading timer a little bit. Usually you have to go into the settings and change it to 45. minutes there. Let's see, and then I just skip the break. There we go. Let me know in the chat what you're going to get up to in the upcoming 45 minutes, and I'll meet you back here and we'll yap some more because that's my favorite thing in the world. I am just going to go pack my gym bag. I don't know if I'm going to make it to the gym in the morning tomorrow because it means usually that I have to get up at super early, like 5 a.m. And then I also have to, it's so cold here right now. Like, I think if I can see it, but this morning I was like, my coat is not even covering it anymore. It is currently -7. What does it feel like? Feels like -7. But this morning I felt like I was dying. I don't think it must have been colder. But by the time I'm leaving then at 6 a.m. tomorrow, it would be -10. And then I go to the gym. They don't really have one of those, what are they called? The hair dryers. So I would have to go with wet hair. I don't know how I'm going to solve that. But it's something that Josephine can figure out tomorrow. I will start the timer now and we will have a chat in 45 minutes. See you then. Hey, hey, as we would say, as Swedes, we always say, hey, hey. That's the way we say hi. I made it to page 88 in this book. I was going to go pack my gym bag, and then I decided, no, I'm probably not going to make it to the gym, so it's best to be realistic. I will just do it on Sunday or so. I can go. Instead of tomorrow early in the morning, because if I'm going to go watch a movie in the evening, I will just have sweaty clothes in my bag the entire day, and I don't really like that so much either. The book is starting to get quite interesting now, but at the same time, I'm like, being a woman in the 50s, living like this, so lonely. I don't know. Kind of makes me think of Mad Men as well. I've only really watched the first season, to be honest, but then that one as well. The men got to go out and work and realize themselves and work on their promotions, while women had to do everything, like unpaid labor. And it makes me upset. I'm starting to get so sleepy now, though. But I am committed to doing one more sprint. I got very confused then, and then remembered you're an hour in front. Yes, it is almost 10 o'clock here now. And the day has been long. I don't know why I'm so exhausted, to be honest, because yesterday I went to bed so early. And then I woke up around 6:45-ish, feeling well rested. But I slept 11 hours. Maybe it's just one of those time periods. And to be honest, living in Sweden, it is dark all the time. We're finally starting to have a later sunset, but the later sunset now happens at 4:45 or something like that, which has been a lifesaver because that means you actually get to see the sunset around the time you're about to leave work. But I am starting to feel the winter depression for sure. My D vitamin storage is probably emptied out. Gonna write 100 words, edit 5 minutes, then do school. I hope that you succeeded. Sounds like a good plan. Edit 5 minutes. Were you editing just for 5 minutes, or were you editing 5 minutes of something? I think I read about 20 pages. Can't remember where I was when I started. That's so good. How much do you have left? I think you're almost done, right? I wrote, studied, worked on notes. Good job. Good job. This is my little claps. It sounds like you accomplished everything that you wanted to accomplish, right? Did you manage to edit those 5 minutes? I think we're in the same time zone. Nice. Where are you located? I feel like time zones are such a weird thing, aren't they? They really are. I don't know why this winter has felt so long to me. I know exactly why. There's a good reason why it has felt so long, and it's because it's been so cold, incredibly cold for a long time. I feel like it was the same with summer, though. It was warm for several weeks. Here, I think over Christmas wasn't so wintry, but after Christmas, I think even on Christmas Eve here, it was snowing. I just wasn't here. But then when I came back, so around the 27th, 26th, there was snow on the ground and it was quite cold. But then after that, we had some storms and such, and it's been snowing ever since, and it's been so cold. And I don't do well during these cold conditions. I don't need the temperature to be minus 15. I prefer it to be plus 25. 60 pages left. You can do it. You can do it. You're almost there. hopefully something exciting happens in those final 60 pages. I feel like, especially with romance books, like that's where they usually get into a fight. And then you have to be like, oh, but will they end up together? I don't know if this book follows that plot line, but usually something exciting happens right before it ends. So there's some sort of resolution. Southeastern Europe. Cool. Cool. I am not sure if I've been to your country. I've been to a fair amount of European countries, but I'm still not as well traveled as I would have liked. I did do some interrailing trip about 10 years ago where I did visit Southeastern Europe a little bit. But yeah, I assume we're in the same time zone that I am thinking about all the books I want to read. But actually, for the first 88 pages or so, I definitely am enjoying this. I'm still waiting for the kind of, because it does talk about the bell jar, the hours, sort of a psychological suspense. I'm waiting for that to happen. I think they're still setting things up. She is clearly not doing super well, which, to be fair, like, why were there so many expectations? Imagine like having a kid and then having to do stuff. Like for me, I'm just, it's like exhausting enough. In Sweden, we are quite, I'd like to think we are quite of an equal household in that sense, that we both take parental leave. Like if I were to get married, both my partner and I could take like up to a long parental leave. Like I know some people who are home with their kid for like a year and a half. And I think you're required by law to take like 3 months off, which is kind of like the bare minimum. And then you get to divide it between the two of you. But it's very common for people to, or for couples to divide it. And anyway, I could not possibly imagine having a kid and then having to do all of that, but then also having to make dinner and grocery shop. And like, that sounds crazy to me. It's getting tense, and there is one more book to go in the series, so I may or may not pick that up after to complete the series. Completing a series feels super good, I think. I am so bad at that. I never really read something back to back. And usually, even if I like a series, I'm just like, then I want to savor it a little bit more. I did that with the Lila Sage cowboy books. I was fully obsessed with the first one, and then because they're quite quick reads for me, or they were, I realized that's never going to work, so I had to spread it out. I would do like one a month, just for my enjoyment's sake. But then I also think it's so satisfying to just sit down and binge something, like go through it from start to finish, because otherwise you kind of forget what happened. Only if for a page. Hello, nice to meet you. I don't think I've seen you around before. Very happy to see you and that you're here. If you want to share, let me know what your name is. My name is Josephine. I'm reading Her Majesty's Royal Coven on page 28 now. I have heard about this book. I have come across it from someone else during these streams. And then I believe I looked it up because my browser is saying resume. Resume looking it up. Her Majesty's Royal Coven. And then I remember us talking about that the audiobook had a difficult accent, maybe an Irish one or something like that. But it did sound so cool. Like it's kind of like suffragettes, but witches. Oh, it looks really cool. Are you liking it so far? let me know if the first 28 pages are good. Actually, I will just add it to my Fable to TBR because now it's come up and every time I look it up and I'm like, oh, it sounds so cool. Her Majesty's Royal Coven. I will add it as want to read, and the cover looks so cool with the eye and everything. It seems like there's several books also. Cool. I'm normally a back-to-back with series, but over the years it's got bad. And now I'm in the middle of over 100. 20 plus of them I'm up to date on and can't finish yet. That is such a good job being in the middle of over 100 series. Maybe you are actually a more frequent reader than I have historically been. I think I started to get into BookTube properly like last year, and I started reading. I do have a reading streak on Fable that has helped me read every single day, and I think that has like increased the amount of books that I read. But then before then I took a lot of what would you say, a lot of breaks from reading. I would read around 20 books a year. Yeah, I'm on day, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm on day 213 in my streak. So that's pretty good, I think. I am going to celebrate. I'm going to take myself out to dinner with my Kindle when I finish a year. That would be kind of cool, actually. But yeah, do you have any series that you recommend? Because I think I don't have that many going. And some of them you just start and you're like, why would I ever finish this? So then I think it's okay. Which one am I thinking of? I read The Maid. So not The Housemaid, but the other one that's like cute and quirky murder mystery. And there's 3 books out so far. I don't know if there's going to be more released. But the third one totally felt, it's called The Maid's Secret. And I read it like, was it this month or last month? A few weeks ago. And honestly, felt like AI generated. So if a 4th book comes out, I don't think I would read it. I don't know. If you lose my trust, then I don't know if I can continue. I can normally read between 10 to 20 books a month, depending on life. I mean, that's good. You are a strong reader. I think the most I reached last year was 12, but then I was practically reading all the time. So I think strong reader, that's so cool. Could probably think of a few. Is there a specific genre you'd want? I like all genres. I try to read a little bit of everything, to be honest. So whatever you felt a lot of joy while reading, or whatever like has stuck around with you, feel free to recommend it, and I'll add it to my list of things to check out for sure. Because I would love some book recommendations. For a while there, I had a lot of book talk on my TikTok feed, but now it's been more pasta recipes and spin classes and a lot of curling memes because of the Olympics. Like the whole, because for those of you who are here, I don't know how well you kept up with the Olympics, but there was a beef between Canada and Sweden during the curling. It kind of blew up, and I've been getting lots of memes of that. Actually, I've loved that about the Olympics this year because I'm not usually a sports person, but I have loved watching all the stuff surrounding it. I definitely enjoy because essentially what the scandal was about, or the argument was about, was that one of the Canadians was touching the stone. So you have the curling handle and you push it forward, right? And then the stone, you're not supposed to touch it. But
He did, and then the Swedish guy called him out on it, and he got so angry, and he said he even swore at our our guy. I was like, why would you expose this? And apparently curling is like made up of an honor system, so they don't have like a judge that will rule it that way. Like they just count on people being a gentlewoman or a gentleman and just saying, hey, I touched the stone, I did something wrong. So if you're not like that, you can actually cheat. I didn't know that about curling. They don't really want it to be any other way, but I understand that that must be infuriating because then you can kind of just lie about it. Yeah, that's my little curling rant. I'm full-time booktube as well, so I think that helps. Oh, cool. Cool. So then you do spend a lot of time in your day being able to read, right? That's nice. I will think of a few and pop a message over to you on Discord. Yes, please do. I would love that. I have been so bad at keeping up with Discord. I'm just overwhelmed with all the messages that you can get everywhere. So I haven't looked through everyone's Discord channels and stuff, but if you send me a direct message, I will for sure see it and answer. Okay, let's do our final 45 minutes because I'm starting to get pretty tired. I'm gonna drink some Vitamin Boost Fun Light. I don't know if I think Fun Light might be a Swedish thing, but it's one of my favorite things in life. It's kind of like a sugar-free, I don't know, kind of, you mix it out with water, and they have now come out with these kinds of drinks, but you take a little bit at the bottom and then you mix the rest with water, and I would usually buy them, and they're really nice for like if you have protein, you want to make a protein thing, but you want it to taste good. But Fun Light is so nice. This one obviously is pre-mixed because it says ready to drink. That's what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to continue to read the book. That's simply all I'm doing so that I can make a head start because I actually feel so late to the game. It's already the 18th and we started reading this on the 13th and I didn't read anything. So yeah, that's what I'm getting up to in the sprint. Let me know in the chat what you're going to get up to and we'll just reset the timer, skip break, and do another 45 minutes. I'll see you in 45. Oh my gosh, I completely missed that we had run out of time for the sprint. Holy moly. I got caught up in texting a friend and then I completely forgot. Sorry about that, but now I'm here. How did you do during the sprint? How did it go for you? I made it to page 122. That's actually what I got caught up doing. I was commenting things on Fable, but that means I made it 38% into the book, which I think for my first time reading is fairly good. I read about this much. I did do some annotating as well, so I'm quite happy about that. I already feel some type of female rage about certain things. I'm not sure how I'm going to feel in the end, but I definitely want to continue reading. So that's nice. Yeah, I also lit some incense. So my home kind of smells like a crystal shop right now. I don't know if you've ever been in one of those. But that's exactly what my home smells like. I also bought the incense at a crystal shop, so that might be why I'm making that association. It can definitely get overwhelming on Discord. I tend to mute the channels that I'm not interested in or don't affect me. That way I just receive for the ones that I do. Yeah, I think that's a good strategy. I have so much going on and I do want to read a lot of things. But I get so overwhelmed in general with all the messages and all the people that you communicate with that I sometimes just have to do it. Like I take some time once a week to just like really try to catch up on things. And that will have to be that. Because being available all the time. I think maybe it's also the nature of my job because I work as a recruiter. My entire job is basically just communicating with new people. And I really love talking to people. That's not the thing. It's just that you only have so much capacity for it throughout a day. I just read short of 20 pages. Good job. Oh, then you are so close to finishing it. Got about 30 pages left, so we'll definitely finish it tonight, thinking I will pick up the next so that it's done and I don't leave it for another year. Yes, go for it. Now that you only have 30 pages left, would you say you are really enjoying it? I assume so, since you're thinking of picking up the next one straight after. Then I'd assume that you're like, okay, I really enjoyed this. I usually, by the time you're that far into a book, I tend to kind of really know whether or not I liked a book. But then for 2 weeks or so ago, I read this Japanese murder mystery and I was so excited about that book. But then in the final 10 pages, that entirely changed. And there's not that many books where that happens. I feel like that could be the case for The Vanishing World by Sayaka Murata as well. I saw that a lot of people were like, that ending just ruined the book for me, which I understand. But that one I still enjoyed. Hi, Nana! Hope you're doing good. I am. I'm just a little bit tired, to be honest. I have started The Mad Wife. I did so throughout the sprints today. I made it to page 122 after reading this evening. And so far, I'm intrigued. You're mostly getting to follow this housewife and in sort of the time after having given birth. And I am very curious to see if something crazy is going to happen. I don't know. I feel like maybe this is more of a exploration of someone's mind. I feel like since it says like in the vein of The Bell Jar, I have read The Bell Jar, and that one is much more about someone's depression or Sylvia Plath's depression. And so when they say psychological suspense, so poignant and immersive, you don't want to put it down. I'm wondering if it's going to be one of those things where it's all in their head. So far, I have not read anything that seems unreasonable or like she's mad. She seems absolutely normal, but I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. And I do definitely want to continue reading it. The fact that I managed to read 123 pages means that I did enjoy it. I don't think that for the other books that we've read so far that I've read at that pace. So I have really been enjoying it. I would say it's okay. I feel like I should have reread the first book first, but then I also think if I did, I may not have continued the rest. The writing style isn't what I remember. Okay. Yeah. Then I guess you are enjoying it somewhat, but it seems like it's still a bit flawed, I guess. I do stick by one of my thoughts about the first book, and it's that I wish it was a dual point of view. I'm hoping the third book may have that, but not holding out hope on it. Oh, which point of view is it in? I guess it's a single point of view, but is it from a woman's perspective or that billionaire guy on the cover's perspective? I think dual point of views can be fun. It's nice to follow different characters and their different perspectives of the same situation. I guess it's quite common in the romance genre, right? Wow, great progress in one evening. Glad to hear the beginning is intriguing. Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about the book in terms of like, I don't know. If it's going to stay like this, I don't think much is happening. But it is like you're sitting there wondering like what's going on with the neighbors. When is she going to snap? Like you have all of these thoughts somewhat. So I definitely think it's worth it so far. A fairly easy read. Like the language. I actually read some parts of it out loud. I was like sitting with the book like this so you guys wouldn't see. But I also feel like it's written in a simple way where there's not, for me at least, a bunch of words that I don't know. So far there's been 0 words that I didn't know. So that's pretty cool. However, I'm not a huge fan of the whole, like there is a chapter where she describes her cooking because she's famous. It even says so on the back, famous for her cooking. And I have been feeling nauseous for the past few days, and I felt even more so from just reading. Is that what they ate in the 50s? I refuse. I refuse to believe it, because what do you mean they encapsulated stuff in Jell-O and ate it like and like spreading mayo on top of everything? I don't know. That seems very American though. I know, like, I saw this TikTok of some guy attending a Mormon funeral somewhere in the midsection of the kind of Bible Belt of the US. And there, everything was called a salad, but it was mainly like mayo and other stuff that didn't seem healthy to me. Like, mayo is not unhealthy, but like mayo mixed with candy, I wouldn't call a salad. Yeah, it's one of those where it's got some flaws, but doesn't scream a complete DNF, but would make you want to hold off on it. It's from the female character's point of view. We've seen one from the males at the very beginning. Okay. But nothing since, and it's one of those stories where it would make sense to see his point of view and what his thoughts on everything are. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think like with romance stories, because it's often like a relationship scene between two people and it's quite intense, it is quite nice to get to see how both of them feel about the relationship. I obviously need to read more romance. When I log my books on Fable, it's told me that last year my most read genre was romance, and I don't understand. Like, does it just count anything as a romance? For example, because right now it's telling me I've read 12 books so far this year. I wouldn't count any of them as a romance, but it's still saying that I read 3 romance books. So what could that be? I guess, actually, I just finished Atmosphere today, right? That I would count as one romance. But what else? I just can't think of any of the books being, maybe Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow counts as a romance. But that's only 2. I don't know what the third one would be. Potentially maybe one of the Sarah J. Maas books then. Because you do kind of rate whether or not it's spicy. So I suppose so. Candy and mayo combo sounds pretty gross either way, called salad or not. Yes. And I don't know, there was the food that was described. I think it was in chapter 2. For days, I thought about the menu, and in the rush of the last day and a half, I executed it all. This is just the first chapters. There were bananas wrapped in ham and doused in hollandaise sauce, a Monterey souffle salad with olives and tuna, a seafood mousse shaped into a smiling fish, a bologna and cream cheese cake stacked a foot high, and a meat and vegetable loaf frosted in mayonnaise. Then, in the center of it all, standing taller than the rest, was the perfection salad, gelatin mixed with vinegar, lemon, and apple juices, filled with shredded carrots, sliced celery, fine shredded cabbage, chopped green olives, and paper-thin radishes. Sounds absolutely disgusting. I can't even picture what kind of food that would even be. I just think that if anyone ate that, they should go and cleanse their palates afterwards. But I could never really grasp American cuisine to begin with. It all just feels weird to me. Like even a burger feels quite American, right? But to me, it's just sometimes too much. I love burgers though. I did have one for dinner. I would probably be enjoying more if it had that. Yeah, I hope that then for the third one that you do get some of the dual point of views. Maybe we can manifest it. I know the book is already written and that might not be possible, but it definitely should be a thing. You should write reviews and potentially the author might come across it and be like, yeah, that was actually a good idea. I should listen to Sky because she reads 20 books a month. She has the knowledge of what the audience wants. Yeah. I think that was the last sprint, actually. We did 4 sprints. It is now around 11:10 here, or well, it is 11:10. So I should go to sleep and wake up tomorrow. I decided not to go to the gym because if I go to sleep now and I get up at 5 a.m., then I'll just be cranky all day. Plus, I'm going to go see Wuthering Heights in the evening. I really think I need to sleep for a while. Actually, I wonder what my schedule looks like tomorrow. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, I blocked so that I can be at the office because I've been struggling a bit with my waking up in the mornings. So it's good. I have some time. Yeah, thank you so much to everyone who hung out today and spend some time doing sprints. I will be doing them next week again because I do them every single week. I was going to say Thursday, but actually I'm going to this very weird event on next Thursday. It's like a singles night at a museum. It's like a museum in the castle, sort of, the Stockholm one. Where they have artifacts of old kings and such. And it's for history nerds, which, again, I am not a history nerd necessarily. I mean, I really enjoy history, I say as I read 3 historical fiction books at the same time. But I think that if I were to be put in a room with history nerds, maybe they would be discussing actual history and not just like a vibe. And maybe I'm selling myself a bit short, but maybe I'll I'll have to figure out if I'm doing the weekend or if I'm doing Wednesday or Monday. So I will figure it out maybe tomorrow, which our next sprint will be. And you can always look in the like live section, or I'll schedule it so that you can get notified when it comes up. Although I do know about the bananas wrapped in ham and hollandaise. Never heard about that. It was a thing here in my childhood. Gladly not in my home. Did you ever try it? Because I have a thing for bananas in general. I don't want them as a warm thing. I'm not a huge fan of cooked bananas. I know that they can be like a nice dessert where you like flambe them, but that's not for me. And we have this very unique Swedish dish called Flying Jacob. And it's basically like a casserole that you make with a sort of tomato sweet chili sauce. And then you have chicken and you have peanuts. And then it's quite salty, but then you put in the bananas and you chop them in. And it's so not for me. I find it really gross. Oh. Let's see. I hope so, especially with where the author is taking the story. I'm sure you'll hear me ranting if it doesn't. I want to hear it, so definitely let me know how it goes when you make it to the book. Also, let me know your final thoughts once you finish your final 30 pages. Sounds exciting. Have fun tomorrow. Thank you. And thank you, Sky, for joining today. It was lovely having you here and lovely chatting as usual. Yes, I tried it. It wasn't as bad as expected. Well, I guess that's the thing with those things. They sound not so good. And I wonder what a gelatin salad would actually taste like. Maybe that could be an experiment to try to make one. I just cannot stand the Jell-O consistency so well. But like for the most part, wouldn't it be quite like tasty, like anything that tastes like sugar? I don't know if that's what she did say though. I did read the recipe for you, but let's see if I can find it again. Chapter, because there she was saying gelatin mixed with vinegar, lemon, and apple juice. So it's quite acidic, but then also apple juice would make it sweet. And then she has carrots and celery and cabbage and stuff inside. I don't know, it still sounds kind of gross to me. Okay, I shall end on that note. Maybe someone one day will tell me what a gelatin salad actually tastes like, and we can get to the bottom of this. I wish you all the best rest of your week, and I'll get back to you tomorrow about when next week's sprint is going to be. And if you want to read The Mad Wife with me, feel free to do so. We are going to be reading it until March 12th, actually, March 12th. I will see you next time.